Welcome to today's stream. Today we are integrating the BMAD method into AutoCloud, which is going to be an exciting day. The BMAD method, for those who don't know, is a context engineering framework, but it's starting to become more like the framework for actually achieving AI, like agile AI-driven development. So we're going to incorporate it on different levels. People are joining into the stream. Hey, Dimitri, welcome to the stream. Hope your day is great. I've got a new microphone here, so let me know if it's too loud, if the music, how it sounds. We're going to have some tuning after the stream with a audio engineer, but I think we have found something decent we can live with for today. So we are going to be, welcome Fedornax. We are going to be just pushing some fixes here that it's been an overwhelming support of the project. It's been a very fun last 24 hours. A lot of nice people have been joining our community over at Discord and also following on YouTube. So it's going to be a very good one. Fordonox is asking, can I use this for an ongoing project? Yes, you can. It's still early stages, so there are some bugs, but it won't do any, it's very sandbox down, so we use it for already production level integrations. So we are just testing here, getting some of the last issues out of the way before we actually start to integrate the BMAD method. We have started a little bit the last couple of days, just getting our head around the framework, how the new version 6 is created. So I think there's a lot of people waiting for the 2.55 release, and we will be sure to get that out so people don't have these fatal bugs on, especially Windows. Okay, so let's see here. Here is the, like, we introduced a model selection part. Let's see if that is on new tasks. You can come here, and now we have the agent profiles. We should have it that auto is the standard choice for new tasks. Can you also make sure that the auto optimized profile is the standard one when people are opening new tasks? Okay, so we had one issue here in regards to GitLab integration. So hopefully we can get that with us. Now, one thing I've been wondering about, and especially those watching the stream can give some feedback on this. Do you want AutoCloud to have a task sidebar? I think we may have a better time like reviewing logs, seeing what the AI is doing if there's a bigger modal happening instead of just a sidebar. I feel that the logs can become quite cramped, and it's a little bit harder to read when you want to like understand what's happening at a more complex task. Okay, so we're gonna, when we are thinking about the BMAD method, we need to, since it's a quite, we can make it a complex system. Like the system itself, it is very, what should I say? It's a easy to follow system, but when we're going to incorporate it to fully be able to handle itself, like the AI is going to have to be in the driving seat and do the entire BMAD method without any hand holding. So we need to think about in what steps do we do like self-validation, self-critique. So we're going to have a Xcali draw here. We're just going to start like outlining a little bit so we don't forget anything at the infrastructure, like in the planning phase for ourselves right now. The AI is going to do most of the heavy work, but we just need to think about the framework around BMAD method. Let's maybe see on stream here, blow it up a little bit. It's easier to view. I think we will find the documentation for the version 6. Like I've been using BMAD method version 4 for a decent amount of time, but we are going to incorporate the version 6 because it's soon in beta, and I've found it to be at a decent stage actually in this alpha to be integrating into AutoCloud. This is the chart I'm looking at or looking for. So they outline the BMAD method as 4 distinct phases. Discovery, planning, solution, implementation. This is the greenfield setup. So for new projects, do they have any, they maybe not have any brown field. So for existing, don't have any images, right? Here they have something. This is the implementation part of the BMAD method using the brownfield guide. Okay, so for new projects, it's the discovery phase. We just have to map out how are the actual faces and system integrated here in the actual BMAD method. You have the agents, you have the workflows. This is going to be I think we should like standardize this around the logic that BMAD has already implemented. And that's for simple. It's for simple tasks like quick flow. I think we just call it inside AutoCloud. We just called it a simple task. Jinan is saying on YouTube, for brownfield projects, you can check these common scenarios. Suddenly, for sure, something more happening. Okay. Okay, so inside AutoCloud, we're just going to have this task finish, the GitLab integration. Then we're going to do some validation to the bugs that were happening so we can push it live before we swap our branches to the BMAD method and actually just start working on the implementation. But for simple tasks, this is in the BMAD method called Quick Flow, if I'm not mistaken. Let's review Quick Flow track. We can see that is the actual. So we need a template, like how are we going to solve quick and simple tasks? It's because it's going to dictate how we actually like do the testing and validation, planning, everything. Drake N is saying nice music in the background, AI generated. Actually, no, it's a small YouTube channel that has, I found for me especially, very good, like, found it to be very, like, a good thing to keep up energy while I'm coding. So it's very easy for me to get in the flow state with this kind of music. But just let me know if it's too loud on the stream. You can find the link to the YouTube channel for the music in our Discord server in the off-topic channel. Go and support the guy. He creates a lot of good music. See that the Discord link may be broken. Let me just fetch a new one. Rem Coverhagen, welcome to the stream. Nice project. Saw another YouTube video about AutoCloud from you. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a great day. We're working on the BMAD method. For those who don't know what that is, it's a AI, like agile AI-driven system. It used to be only like a context engineering system, but now it's a full-fledged that we can utilize in all the phases. And we are just mapping out how we're going to be doing that more specifically. So we're just mapping out here in AutoCloud right now. We are calling it simple task, standard task, and you have a complex task. And we just need to get our head around how the actual BMAD method, how the different phases should work inside AutoCloud, because we are going to have full automation. Just a lot of things happening here, so it's been a little hard to start focusing. It's also quite, like I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. So we just need some extra time waking up. It's been nice walking here on the treadmill, just getting the blood flowing. Okay, so this is still not, it's at 80%. And it's the task holding us back from pushing a lot of fixes to the like the new version live on GitHub. If you haven't already, be sure to start a project on GitHub. It means a lot. This is the first open source project that I do. So a simple task is basically do we need a lot of discovery in the quick flow? No, we don't. It's basically, we'll note down some quick notes there. It's a simple discovery, and then a simple self-validation on the discovery phase. What are we like answering? Ferdonax, do you recommend that I wait until the next major part is released before I start using AutoCloud? It depends a little bit about your system, but there are some bugs that we've been gotten reports of. So we have been fixing a lot of them the last 24 hours. So just wait for the next 2.5.5 version, which is going live, hopefully now before we swap the branches there to integrate the BMAD method. We can just stop this. I'm going to check the new version, like just arrive here live on the stream. We're just going to recover this task so it can continue. And there are some issues, like on the roadmap functionality, when you were going to different projects, it was overriding. So we'll just set a roadmap to be created for this task. And I didn't do the competitor analysis step just because we want to be quicker to test this. Mr. Alani is joining us over at YouTube and saying right now I'm trying to reverse engineer anti-gravity so that it can use its API free token and all within my Google AI Pro account into your AutoCloud. Sounds nice, man, in terms of reverse engineering it. I can't believe that they're giving away so much free usage, but in a sense, they need to do something drastic in terms of taking users away from Cursor. If you can figure that out, sounds very interesting, man. So there we see some type of bug. When you're swapping projects, it's not updating the roadmap. It is doing like updates for all the other ones. So this seems like just a front-end issue. There's no other projects there or something that has the same type of bug. Drake N is saying, oops, just set it up, found it on YouTube 30 minutes ago, hopped in Discord, started AutoCloud setup, saw it stream. Yeah, just give us a heads, just let us know on Discord if there's any issues you, like for instance, on my Mac, it's working very good, but there are some issues, especially on Windows. So the roadmap executioner seems to be working, but it's jumping between projects. So we'll just give that. We need to fix it before we release. Drake N is saying over at YouTube, when the Anthropic harness came out, I have been testing and tweaking. This looks like the move. Did you start building this previous to the Anthropic harness? No, actually, it was the Anthropic harness that sparked the ID. And then also, I don't know if what's his name? He's like he's a decent big YouTube streamer. Colin. Let's see. No, he had like he did a demo where he used Linear as the task management for the Anthropic harness. And yeah, Cole Medin, thanks Drake. And he was the guy, like when I saw that video, I was like, before that, when I saw the Anthropic and demo, and that's why in the AutoCloud repo, you'll see here at the bottom, we are acknowledging that Anthropic's autonomous coding agent was the one that sparked the actual ID behind AutoCloud. But Cole Medin, he used Linear, and I was like, okay, we need the UI. Like the UI is the move here. And I just started working from there, and it's been yeah, the link to Dimitri, the link to Discord is expired. Here is a new one. Charizard over at Twitch is saying, hey, what's up, bro? Hey, man, welcome back to the stream. I think you were. If not, if it's the first time, welcome to all new viewers. We are working on AutoCloud, our open source and free project. And we see here, for instance, there was somebody saying, Amen Ra was saying, hey, I can't use my organization projects. There is a fix coming very soon for you for that. I think, did I do it manually here? Let me just check. GitHub issues. Okay, so we had an issue that the task would skip the human review if it was selected. That needs to be in the new version here, is done. Agent performance. Amin-Ra, if you have the possibility to fix it and do a pull request, I greatly appreciate it. It's just, it's hard to get a lot of these bug fixes just done while we are on stream and doing mainly the BMAD method integration today. So I appreciate it if you take the time to contribute on that fix. Okay, but let's continue with the BMAD method here. As you can see in the actual BMAD method workflow, we are going to take a little bit of the greenfield approach here for the discovery. It is optional, but let's try and define what the BMAD method defines as discovery and what is actually planning. Like the PRD document is what we're going to end up with. So here is the inside the BMAD method, we have the quick flow workflow. This is what I like. The reason I'm very bullish on the BMAD method is that they took the approach of the workflows, and it's been in the back of my mind that this is the right approach for an AI coding system, that we have some control over how the system is going to work, and that the AI gets very like it's get guiding through all the steps. So we have two different things here. I don't know if it's easy to see on stream, but we have the BMAD quick flow, create tech spec, and quick dev. Let's try and see what's the differentiations between those. If there's anybody from the BMAD community that has very extensive V6 experience and already can tell us what the difference is between the like the different task creations from the quick to, what is it actually called? We need to find inside the BMAD method, what is a standard task inside the new version 6? So here, I think, yeah, here it is, scale and complexity. Let's see what people are saying over at YouTube. We have Kittleson saying, Ayo, hola, appreciate your sacrifice, lol. I imagine it's incredibly difficult to get the most difficult and deepest work completed on stream, lol. I actually enjoy it. Like, not only is it, I've been working from home for the last like 10 years. And my marketing agency is basically me and my wife that runs it. So like after 10 years, you start to appreciate like the lack of other inputs socially. So for me, it's been very nice to have a stream where like-minded people are coming and just talking a little bit while we're working. And it's actually, for me, it's gotten me to focus even better. Okay, so as we can see here from, I think in reality, the BMAD method has already accounted for how we standardize this. Meaning, there's also, I think they all have already a prompt for defining, letting the AI use a specific framework for identifying how complex the task is. And we have this inside AutoCloud. It's called the complexity assessor. So that you don't have to really define how how advanced the task is. The AI will just figure that out itself. Okay, so quick flow track, it's BMAD method track. They call it a complex task in the BMAD method is a enterprise method. And then for all, like for the actual methodology, it's saying here, the methodology path, Quickflow, BMAD method, enterprise method, chosen for a project based on planning needs, complexity, and requirements rather than story count alone. So I believe that this is a actual, is it a workflow or is it an agent? Dimitri saying, I think AutoCloud perfectly fits in story dev and code review parts. Yeah, that's the, like when you think about what we are doing, at least from my perspective, it's 3 different stages. We do context engineering based upon finding the relevant documentation and creating a document, basically a PRD or a spec or a epic, whatever. Not the epic, but the PRD for actually defining what we're going to do. And then there's the actual like execution, and there's the validation with the testing and everything. And I think that's why I created AutoCloud, because I think that AI is at the stage where it can actually do all these 3 stages without human handholding. Like, I don't know how many here on stream has actually, like when you are talking to Claude Code inside your terminal, and you either are debugging or you're like even in the ideation phase or at the coding phase, like the AI will give you a recommendation about the approach to a problem. And basically what you are, you're just a human input about just saying like, do the recommended approach. And we don't need to do that at this stage. Draken is saying, I'm in the setup right now, setting up memory in the UI, asking for Graffiti for FalconDB and OpenAI API, but in Docs Anthropic with Voyage is same feature. Skip Falcor in initial setup. You can do it for now to skip it. Like Anthropic, OpenAI with FalconDB is the default we are using right now, but we will quickly be going over to the actual, like figuring out a good embedding model for a locally, so we just doesn't have any embedding cost. Jinan is saying for Quickflow, usually we do create text spec, then we describe the issue or the feature. BMAD decide whether it create the new text spec doc or develop it in one go. If doc created, quick dev. Oh, that's very nice. I haven't tried the quick flow with version 6, so I appreciate people with experience and knowledge taking the time to be on stream. Just gonna go, we're done with the treadmill, so we're gonna go to a seated position here. Okay, so we need then to figure out, let me just go to the last YouTube comments here. Mr. Allen is saying, can I post some updates to your AutoCloud, which I would include this Google anti-gravity usage? For now, I can't for sure know that we will PR that into if you are like doing some weird hackish solution to get the gravity usage. I don't want to see Google coming after the project right now. If you PR it, create a PR it, I have to review it more in depth. I can't just blatantly pull that into the project. I think you understand from a more of a policy perspective. Dimitri saying, haven't seen something like that in BMAD. On any track, you end up with stories 1, create 2, dev 3, review, and go to step through all of them, and then human review. Yeah, there's versions 4 of the BMAD method was a little bit more simple, but the version 6 now, it's quite, I think we have everything in the version 6 now to just make AutoCloud even better than what it already is, because we don't have to use so much time like fine-tuning the prompts, etc. The BMAD community is so vast that we can get a lot of good things from them. And I've talked to the owner of BMAD, so actually BMAD, and he endorsed AutoCloud, and we may collab in the future on the project, because he has been thinking about creating a UI or something like that to get the BMAD method all out of just a terminal. So it could be that we figure out something together. So Jinan was saying, create tech spec, then we describe the issue or feature. But basically, let's take a look at the create tech spec instructions. Ask questions, investigate code, produce implementation-ready tech spec. The only thing I don't want us ending up doing is that, for instance, right now in AutoCloud, is that when you define the task, it will go into the planning phase straight away, just to know what it should create. Like the tech spec, party mode, workflow, quick dev workflow. So here's basically the goals. Understand what the user want to build, problem understanding, investigate existing code, context gathered, generate the technical specifications, ready for development. And then we were saying, like, isn't there a command in the new BMAD version 6 that actually does the whole, like, validating? I think they called it the planning mode, wasn't it a planning mode? Planning track. It's the methodology path. Chosen for a project based on planning needs, complexity, and requirements rather than the story count alone. So I think actually the first step is to understand the planning track instead of like how the different steps are working inside the BMAD method. Do they have a own documentation for the planning track? Okay, so workflows, planning workflow phase 2. Okay, so this phase 2 planning uses a scale adaptive system with 2 tracks. Yeah, so this is what we want, but is this phase 2? Oh, I can't wait to test this out, guys. Yeah, Dimitri is saying, I think the strongest part of BMAD is conversation and tech spec is to be talked. And after we get decision, we can go on IG create stories and then work with them in AutoCloud. Yeah, so we're going to do this twofold. We're going to do the like full auto YOLO mode where we incorporate like the self-critique and self-validation layer inside AutoCloud is going to basically be a replacement for that human interaction when you're creating the tech spec and like creating the PRD for the documentation. But then you have the option to basically this option here, require human review before coding. I think when we incorporate now the BMAD method, we are going to like maybe call it like semi-auto or something that you just send it off to do the tech spec and the things that it can do on auto with like very assured quality. And then when there's like feedback needed, it goes into human review and gives you a notification. So we have both. I think that's the right approach here because not everybody wants to do like create a task full auto. Somebody wants that conversational path, but we need to figure out also good ways we can enhance the experience where you don't have to answer stupid questions. Like I saw when I did a task 2 days ago with the BMAD method version 6, and the amount of time I spent creating the PRD and answering questions that I shouldn't have was actually a little bit annoying. So that's where we're going to try and solve that inside AutoCloud, that some of these questions that you are like, you're just pressing one. Drake, and the harness comes in with errors too, that alerts would be helpful. Yeah, I think, oh, okay, so that's like when we are in semi-auto mode, maybe we should have like a decision tree. Like when errors happen right now, as you can see, the task here for the GitLab integration, it goes into the AI review. So it's doing the QA validation itself. But maybe when we have the BMAD method, we can call it semi-auto, and when it wants you to make a decision on more important errors or decision making, you can get a notification. Well, we'll revisit that. Okay, so we need to figure out, this is saying that this is phase 2. I think it was Jinan that gave us some good insights on the tech spec. Is the tech spec the actual phase 1? Anybody else know on stream? So here in the quick start documents, it's saying step 1 is initializing your workflow. Yeah, okay, so it's calling the initialization, it's calling that a step 1. So we are thinking of it, that for me is the project indexing. So I think we can utilize this when we do a, like when you integrate a new task, or a new project, sorry, that's when you do the workflow initialization, and it will ask you some questions about the project. Mr. Allen is saying, bro, the problem for me with all this AI coding stuff is that it's literally not for me, cause hacker stuff, and reverse engineering is not allowed in these models, bro. So my work is still manual. Does AutoCloud still make use of Puppeteer? Yeah, so when the AI is doing the self-review or the quality assurance at the end, it's using Puppeteer for the, especially if it's a website, it's looking at the website. Right now, we haven't incorporated fully the Electron MCP, so it can't actually do end-to-end testing for AutoCloud itself. But we are quickly after the BMAD method, we're incorporating different validation systems so that AutoCloud can do end-to-end testing for like mobile apps, Electron apps, websites. We have maybe need to take a look at games at some point, but I don't have any experience with like the different frameworks like Unity and what's the other, there's some other popular platforms for game creation. So we need to give the AI access to actually engage with the application or website itself. We use Puppeteer. We'll see if we move over to Playwright, just because it has a little bit more, like better end-to-end testing built in. So now you can see, for instance, this task with the GitLab integration. It's done with the quality assurance. It does a security review, third-party validation, uses context 7 to validate that all the API documentation is up to speed. So now it's handed off this to me for human review. Very nice. So we had an issue with the roadmap. Just let's try and restart after the latest changes here. Dog named Chip, welcome back to the stream, man. What's the long-term goal? Is BMAD just one example of integration and external methodology, and you'll make it so it's easy to customize AutoCloud, or you think BMAD will become the default? I think we will have BMAD method as the default if we find that it produces better quality executions, like in all the stages, better planning, better code quality, better validation. But there's also going to be some enhancements, like the QA, like the validation loop we have in AutoCloud right now. It's very like when the AI finds a bug, it fixes it, it goes into like testing again. If it finds a new bug, it fixes it. So it's very like iterative at actually self-fixing. And I think that with that on top of BMAD method, well, like we have a new king of methodology behind AutoCloud, and it will become the default one. But we made this so it's a unified system. So we can, for instance, if people would like to see GitHub spec integrated, it's just a quick, or like the backend and everything is set up for that in a very, we don't have to refactor a lot to support it. Let me see if this is now working. We'll try and generate a quick roadmap here. If I swap to another project, it's still showing. We'll have to fix this. Mr. Alani, when will the major update be dropped? Because I'm thinking of injecting my update on top of your updated AutoCloud. Let's get that pushed out of the way so we can focus 100% on AutoCloud. I just need to fix this bug here. On the roadmap creation, when a user is in one project and creating a roadmap, it is the loading animation and the entire roadmap generation is happening even though the user navigates between other projects. Please investigate deeply if this is just a front-end issue, but also if it's a back-end logic issue that the roadmap generation is not isolated to each project. Okay, so Mr. Alan A is saying over at YouTube, I have a question. What if we created a task and the AI chose some specific libraries to get it working in its planning, but then I want it to plan it in a little different way? Yeah, so I think we will enhance this. If you see this require human review before coding, I think we'll adjust it a little bit differently when we now have the BMAD method, that we can have multiple, like, I think we'll call it just semi-automation or like human involvement, something a lot like something around human in the loop. And I think we'll make it so that you can choose what type of like what steps do you want to be involved in. And if you want to, I think that the thing you're asking is when we create the task, like let it go and create the initial plan. But if you want to, like right now, if you do the require human review, it's been a little bit buggy, but the goal is that you can actually interact with the AI in a more like hands-on way before it goes out and do the coding. And then it will like, you just adjust the plan, and then when it goes off, it does the rest of like the coding and validation and everything. But maybe giving the user the option to select what human in the loop options they want could be the best. And Gustavo is saying, so we use the membership, not API. Yes, that's correct. AutoCloud uses the Claude Code membership just because you, like from my testing and experience, like it's the best value. The other day, I tried using Anthropic's API key, and like the little amount of work I could do, it's actually mind-boggling how much spend you get inside the Claude Code subscription. Mikolpin, welcome to the stream. What is going on? We are integrating the BMAD method, which is a context engineering framework and also a agile AI-driven system. And AutoCloud is our open source and free project where we try and get a lot more work done with high quality when we are doing AI coding. Sondre, thanks for letting me know the Discord invite link is invalid. I posted, I think the new link is in the chat. Can you let me know where the invalid link was, and we will change that out quickly. Maybe it was the description on the video or the stream. I'll just check that out so we don't... Looks like it. Okay, so there are some important things we need to decide upon here in the first step. For when you create a new or add upon a existing project. And this is what's missing in AutoCloud right now. So it's saying the BMAT method is describing, when you do a new workflow in it, you'll describe your project and its goals, whether there's an existing code base or it's a new project, the general size and complexity. You can adjust this later. So we have existing information that we can inject here from AutoCloud, which is the project index information. So if you go to context here, there is actually some project structure that's happening programmatically. So it tries to figure out the front end and back end. Now this needs to be updated into figuring out how we can support multi repos. So if you have your backend in one folder or project and your front end in another, so we can know that about the project as a whole. So that's only for existing projects. That means that this question we don't need to answer. We can programmatically figure out, is this a new or existing project? If we don't have to do any logic around, like, let's say you have a backend and you're working on creating the front end in another folder or project. That's why we have this note needs to update for Mono repos. Like this, we don't need to be spending time like asking this. This can be an ongoing thing. So basically what we need inside AutoCloud for the BMAT method is, this is the create task or create project. Let's call it just product model. Okay, so that's step one. Now I think we can start gaining a lot of traction here. Let's just, this is soon done. I think it was Mr. Alani. I think now we can, I'll push the changes here. Let's validate the last change. Okay, so let's see now. This should be, yeah, so now it's working, but it's not staying persistent. Can you please check the logic from the front end to the back end? When I create a new roadmap or start the generation of a roadmap, inside one project, and then I navigate to another one. When I come back to the project, it's not showing the state for that the roadmap is being generated. It looks like in the backend, the stream closes down, so the logic is not continuing. Or is it? Is it just a front-end state thing here? Like, we see the stream is closed. If I reload the app, no, it's still not there, so. I am Alex is saying the multi-project ID is a great one. I do it myself. I mostly have all my projects separate. Yeah, I think we need to figure that one out quite fast because a lot of people have that kind of structure. I would love if you joined our Discord and got some feedback on how you would like it to be. Yeah, so Sandra, the common issues with the Windows installation is that since we have a very specialized agent terminal system, when you are on Windows, it requires a special module from VS Code, like the virtual tools for Windows. And it's a little pain in the ass to actually install for some. So we have like the next version, which is coming like right now, version 5.5, we have bundled that. So when you are on Windows, you're going to have a much better time. Okay, so there's one last thing on the roadmap issue that is getting fixed here before we push the 2.5.5 live. I'll create a PR for it just so we can start the validation process. I don't know how the volume is on stream. Let me know if you guys would like the music to be louder. Is it too loud? Just right. There has been people complaining about how loud the music is on stream. But I think like we're trying to create a live stream where it can actually work and it's just not me constantly talking into your ears. Okay, so we are done with step 1. Let's figure out step 2 here. And this is working through phases 1 to 3. So Dogname Chip is saying there is no music though. Yeah, that means the music is too loud. Get Good is saying sound is good. Kittelson too quiet, can't hear. Folk will maybe like when my voice comes on, it's gonna tune the music down, but it should be at a decent volume. This is a good song, by the way. Let me know now if it's too loud suddenly or just right. Very nice. Thanks for the feedback, guys and girls. Burak Demir is saying, I've been using BMAD since version 3 and I love it. However, I am aware that it produces very large documentation, which is a part of its design. However, the trade-off is that it eats up context windows. Yeah, so we're gonna do this like quite twofold. We're gonna integrate it and just, I have actually, if you take a look at my AutoCloud, there is a task here that was done while I was sleeping, by the way. Agent Performance Analytics Dashboard. So there's a new agent dashboard that's coming inside AutoCloud. And this was like, look at this. While I was shipping, it was changing 154 files, 31,000 additions. So here we can see all the changes. And it has created its own test. So I'm very curious about how good did it manage to one-shot a full-fledged agent performance analytics dashboard. So with that, we're going to start like just giving insights to each phase, what's happening inside the BMAD method, how much context it's using, and then we can start incorporating how our memory layer can optimize what's happening. So we save on tokens over time. And I think, like from my perspective, taking a look at the PRDs and some of the documentation that the BMAD method produces is a little bit too verbose. So it could be that we copy some of the workflows and make them our own, because the new version 6 has a very robust system for creating your own agents and workflows. Now we need to figure out in what way. Let's just set up here how different are each. So QuickFlow is the entry. So we're just going to get down the different, like 3 main phases, like, or 3 main identifications we're going to have inside AutoCloud using the BMAD method, which is the QuickFlow, BMAD method, and then Enterprise method. We call this inside AutoCloud today simple, standard, and complex. And we just need to differentiate or see like how we need to adjust the system to take into account what the BMAD method does in each of those steps. Sondre is saying, yeah, the PRD, yeah, he was just answering, sharding the documents worked for him. Yeah, I think we will need to see that we can break it down. Right now, inside AutoCloud, it's very broken down into subtasks, so that it's basically like, we need to figure out how big the PRD is. Kittelson is asking SpecKit 2 verbose as well. We'll see when we get there. We have created that the methodology framework is agnostic, so we can, after the BMAD method, incorporate SpecKit if we see it's suitable and something the community wants. A dog named Chip is saying music can be a bit louder, but it's better now. Thanks for the feedback. I'm going to have a audio engineer join me on after the stream, so he is gonna help me with tuning things even better than they are. About AutoCloud, I love to see some full end-to-end usage video on it, especially with external tools are still needed to supplement or debug it. Yeah, we're gonna do we'll see how far we get with BMAD method today and this weekend. The next step for me is to create some videos with creating full-fledged greenfield projects just from the start till working. Okay, so there we have the overview over the tasks. The end goal is, like, we need to figure out in what stage here does it produce the actual PRD. Yeah, so epic and stories are created after architecture for better quality. So this is a actual better, like the scale adaptive planning system. Someone with the version 6 of the BMAD method, how do we, like the scale adaptive planning system, we didn't actually figure out how the planning system is invoked. Is it just a next step after you do, like it can't be, right? Like you do the workflow in it, and as I remember, I think it just suggests the next step for the planning track. But what was the actual command to invoke the scale adaptive planning? You have one unified entry point, but that's fine. It's intelligently routes to the appropriate planning methodology. But didn't it say that it was doing very... Okay, so I believe it's like you're gonna invoke it like this each time, and it's just gonna be like, hey, I find the existing files. Huseifa is asking, what are you building? We are building AutoCloud, which is a open source and free framework and platform for getting a lot done with AI coding. And today we are integrating the BMAD method. Hamburger is asking, can you make a npm installer? And then I see I am Alex is saying he's working on an npm and bun installer. PnPM does not work for me either. Thanks for your contribution. If you are creating that, it saves a lot of time for me. Mr. Anani is saying, I think that option is checked. There should be proper human review panel after planning as well. If human review rejects, we can push it to planning again. Yeah, so basically we have here, when it's in human review, we have the request changes, and that invokes the AI to take the context for the task and go and do the changes that you want. But I think we'll just have this as a modal where it's more evident like you are in the planning phase still. Dog named Chip is saying, perfect, yeah, worth waiting for BMAP since AutoCloud is still changing so rapidly. It should help with getting people to try it out more, and let's see where the project goes. Gotta run. Talk to you later. Thanks for tuning into the stream. Okay, we have restarted. We will just go into a project that I have incorporated here that doesn't have the roadmap. We're going to start generating it. We're going to go and see. So it's persistent there. It's a little bit buggy in terms of like the progress when we are rapidly moving back and forth, but we'll come back to polish that. The most important thing is that work. Okay, so it's working. We'll just have to do a quite big commit here, a little bit worse documentation that end than I want. Please do pre-commit linting and testing. So Huseifa is asking, so what does it do? Like, does it create code or only plans, or like does both plan? So how it works, there's two like main functionalities. One is the Kanban board, which is more like a task management system where you just describe the feature or the application that you want. And then you just start it and the AI does everything. It does the planning, it self-reviews the plan, it critiques the plan. So it knows like, have it thought about all the aspects from the plan so you don't get any surprises. And then it goes into like creating subtasks and then just executing, coding that. And then it goes into a very robust validation system. And we need to see, is there any bug fixes here that we need to incorporate? There's one bug fix here. So now let's see if the merge layer is still fully intact. So this is, it's saying like it found some merge conflicts, so it's staging it with the AI doing refactoring. So let's see. Merge successful. Fix linting and tests that would fail in the GitHub Action CLI workflow. Please take a look at the merge conflict layer here. I can't see the changes being merged into our version 255 branch. Can you check if it went straight into main, and what is the issue here? This was for the task 040. So the merging layer needs to work on this version. It's a very important feature of AutoCloud. Sandra Engan is saying, you have a feature where the code will open a browser to check the functionality it did, but the issue is password protection login, where I can't tell the AI, here is the user name and password. Yeah, so I have that logic I've been using for myself, and we just need to figure out how you relay that information at the start of a project. Like what I did, I just created a development account. And I have that in a, I have just a / command, but I don't think I have it in this project. Basically gives that to Claude and gives it access to like the browser with the login, etc. Sondra Engan is saying, should I create a login text file in the project for the AI? You can do that for now and just reference it in the task description so it knows. Can you please create a feature request on the Discord channel so we don't forget to take a look at that? Huseifa is saying, so do users put their own API keys, or does it only work with Claude? It only works with Claude Code for now. Okay, I believe I pressed the option for staging the changes before it got merged. But can you, okay, so can you take a look at the logic if it's respecting the stage option that is a check mark in the front end? Because it looks to me that it actually just merged it straight into the branch instead of staging it. Also there, like in the front end, there was logic that was being triggered that the branch had branch divergence and AI will resolve, and the button was showing as stage with AI merge. Here's from another task, 042, that is showcasing this. Can you deeply investigate the logic and then investigate the task documentation to understand what is happening here? Just getting a phone call, 2 seconds. Okay, so we need to validate that the merge conflict layer is still intact on this version. It's doing some good investigation here in the backend. And for people wondering, like, why, Andre, aren't you using your own agent terminals view? It is because we are doing so rapidly changes here, and it's going to just refresh the front end so much that it's a little bit of a new, like, it's not the easiest to use AutoCloud to develop on AutoCloud, especially when we need to do the changes very rapidly. It's very easy then to create tasks and just have it as work trees. And when we are ready to merge it, we can just merge it in and do the updating of the front end. Huseifa is asking about, what about the API key thing? Yeah, there's a API, like if you want to use the memory layer that we have integrated, you need to incorporate a open API key. We are very soon, you see we have local here. So we're going to support Ollama very soon so we can get like local. Just need to change the music, was a little bit too much. And we're going to move away from having paid. I think we'll support like a built-in local type of LLM model, embedding model. Hamburger fries, huge code base project, making features that span multiple apps, shared components and schema, make PRD planning difficulty, how to keep orchestrating knowledgeable about structure. Yeah, so we are using, I'm using this on a very big production level application, which is my AI marketing platform. So we are testing it there. I haven't done it the last few days, so like everything needs to work for a very big project. And I think the key here is to have a very good context layer with the project structure, and that the AI we're going to give it the tools to just fetch the information from the RAG system. So basically just get memories about the important things to create a PRD, because we need to speed up the process of finding the relevant logic while keeping the quality so it doesn't miss anything, and at the same time try and reduce token usage. So it's quite a balance to try and navigate around. Okay, so while it's doing the validation on the merge layer, okay, so what do we want out of this? At each stage, so all of these is going step 4. So quick flow is going into phase 4, skips phase 3, phase 3, phase 4. So we have, let's review. Okay, so this is where we introduce AutoClaude to do the track selection. Okay, so we have another, thanks for tuning into the stream, everybody. Be sure to like the video. It will expose the stream to more people that maybe want to tune in to this type of live AI coding streams. If you haven't, be sure to subscribe at YouTube. And if you would like to join the Discord, that is a free and very nice community. Thanks to everybody that's been joining. Very nice people. Inspired people. People that have ambitions. They know what this technology can do for them. Like people who adopt this technology now is the people that gonna win with their projects. I truly believe that. Like people pushing back on AI. At some point I see like even the most senior developers are every day admitting that AI can really help them. Yes, please do this implementation and then do linting and tests afterwards. Okay, where is phase 3? We just need to know in BMAD method the phase 3 integrates with phase 3 solution. Okay, so here we're now starting to talk about one of the most important informations, like information documents when it comes to AI coding, is the PRD, also known as a spec. And for those who don't know, it's a product requirement document. Basically outlines what we need to know about what we are doing. Like, this isn't step 3, like what is phase 3 solution? We need to revisit that. We're just going to get a broader outline here. Okay, so the solution path is basically what we are... It's a little bit confusing based upon the logic tree they have here with the... I don't think everything is fully updated for the version 6, but... Because it's saying here that the PRD document, the planning output, so we need to make sure that we actually... This is not a PRD, this is the tech spec. So tech documentation, lightweight, we'll call it for the lightweight PRD. Just so we don't confuse ourselves with different terminology, just so we know what we are talking about here. Because that bypasses, skips phase 3, phase 4 directly, quick flow, no architecture. So it makes sense for quick tasks, very simple tasks. So this will go straight to phase 4. This is a side step for only these guys. Nialo Nialotat is saying over at YouTube, "Hey Andre, I think it's a very important project you're working on. Hope to start using and contributing this weekend. I am Dom Pedro on your Discord, enjoyed yesterday. Thanks for your support, and I would love to see your contribution to the project." And I think I like that you mentioned it. I think it's an important project because all these technologies we're seeing around the AI coding, the frameworks, multi-agent frameworks, the different type of models, it's about time we actually get not only, there's two main things we need to consider here. It's the speed of things we're doing, like having AutoCloud just working in the background while we are doing other things is highly valuable. Like this morning, I woke up to like, how many is there? There's 6 quite big features that it implemented like overnight while I was sleeping. And that's just like, I've started to gain like double output. And the other side of that coin is the quality. With the right framework, and that is why we are working on the BMAD method today, because I truly believe it will enhance our like quality output. And also that we can trust the validation of things. Okay, so the BMAD method, when it selects the I think there's a documentation error from the BMAD method because it's saying that the phase 3 solution, it's saying that it's requiring phase 3, and there was some other documentation saying that next stage was phase 4, but it's actually stage 3 or phase 3. Let's rename this, since BMAD is phasing and we are staging. We will rename it for a normalized naming convention. So it's a little bit of a slow start here, but we just need to do this. We need to wrap around what stages we are incorporating full autonomously AI agents to actually produce the high quality we want for the tasks we're doing. So let's, for simplicity, let's call this, like the BMAD method calls it the solution. And we'll just note here that this is the technical design, because we need to understand what documents are we going to end up with in the different stages here. Now let's locally test so we can get the next version out, 5.55, 2.55. There was just a front-end thing, I believe, with the merge conflicts. Thank you. Now, investigate, as you can see here by this task number 040, we have good information about file changes, commits, and additions and deletions. But as you can see, under the no conflicts detected, files to merge is saying 0. Can you check the logic here and check the work tree 040 and the branch to fully understand the information that you have available here? And here's also the spec folder for that task, so you can investigate the implementation plan. Let's simplify our structure here a little bit. Okay, so let's finish the quick flow. Quick flow, it gets the tech spec, it skips phase 3, phase 4 directly. What is phase 4 defined as? Implementation. Okay, so iterative sprint-based development with story-centric workflow. That's a mouthful. But do we consider it a full sprint-based development when it's a quick flow? Nialotal is saying, completely agree. I think the models are now excellent and we all need to transform how we work. Now we need the right tooling and frameworks. And I think you are going 100% in the right direction. Thanks for your input and kind words in saying that we are moving in the right direction. And I think so as well, because we are gaining a lot of people that are thinking the same And especially people that are working, like either you are a junior or senior developer or just a vibe coder. Like we all have inputs and a feeling, like a gut feeling about where the actual technology is going. And we know what it's capable of. We just need, as you say, the right frameworks. So yeah, I am wondering, it's like the documentation for the new BMAT version 6, it's a little bit all over the place, and that's why it's taking a lot of time right now. Let's just see if the actual YAML files in the BMAT method is a little bit better defined. I think it's actually easier to just see the instructions and the workflows. Okay, so are we ending up with, I think we're ending up with a lot of different, like the phase 4 for the implementation of the actual code, we're ending up with, are we ending up with very different like workflows? It seems that this is just like, this is like just a quick dev. I think we'll have it as a own separate. And this is just quick dev. That uses the tech spec. Okay, so what's the difference between quick flow and quick spec? If there's anybody on stream that has tested out, is the quick flow solo dev the Barry here? Is it just a persona for the agent and it uses it uses create text spec, it uses quick dev and code review and party mode. Okay, so for people waiting on the version 2.5.5, it looks like it's now ready to be... Let's see if we can get it going here. Just gonna take the worst like security things. And for those who are wondering, I'm just using a, like if you use CodeRabbit Review, it's basically an AI system that goes and reviews your code that you are PRing, or you can also use it inside the IDE. And what I'm doing, I just have this special command that I'm using a slash command. I'm just giving the prompts. And the slash command is as follows, that it's just like authorized, it's an analyst basically, agent analyst. So it needs to be very, it needs to critique and really analyze what the CodeRabbit AI is telling us. And then implement a fix if it thinks that is an actual bug or something that should be improved before we actually push it into production. This is something we're going to have automatically inside of AutoCloud in when we incorporate the BMAD method. This is okay. Sondre is saying, if 2.5.5 fixes Windows issues, I'll test when you release it. Very good. We need information about, I think there's some path issues that we solved in regards to Windows that's coming in that release. Okay, so phase 3 for the other task types is basically just a validation layer that we currently have inside AutoCloud. But there's some design decisions that's happening there, so we need to make sure to address what's going to be answered by the user and how we can solve that with AI. So here's a quick reference. Maybe we can get this done really fast because we would like now, after the 255 is released, we will switch to the BMAD method branch that we have and actually start playing with the integration itself. It's already done a lot of work overnight. And just, I think yesterday it was, or 2 days ago, I started the implementation. We're just getting the broader overview that we need in order to make it work. Okay, so we don't know if there's actually a lot of things we need to, like inside of phase 4, which is the implementation with the BMAD, I think it's just one command. It's just a quick dev command. And the other ones here are for the more standard, like, and complex tasks. So let's try and finalize now with a quick flow. Tech spec only. And then phase 5 should be like validation. Okay, so actually phase 4 implementation is also including code review. But for quick spec, how is the actual validation? So does code review, quick dev, create spec, quick dev. This is good information. Like, this is the overview that I would like. And then we have code review. It's within the same, and I don't know really how I feel about it. But I guess it's like we call it a QA loop, and it's something that we'll just add it here, since it's just that way they have incorporated it into, like, I like to define it as a different stage, but let's just say like, okay, phase 4 is implementation, and that is both the development and the validation of what was developed. Adrian is saying over at YouTube, hey, I thought about something. Why didn't you start a VS Code fork? It's a quite simple answer to that is I have a SaaS product that I'm working on, and I have been working on for the last 3 years, and it's gotten very good, and we actually have quite a decent amount of revenue already from that project. But we are like we are redoing it into a little bit of a different approach. And one of the things we are doing there is to create a desktop application and also a mobile application. But I wanted to test the Electron framework. So that's basically why. And also, like, it's a I don't know about many others, but for me, it was one of my milestones to actually be like, hey, I created an actual desktop application. Thanks to everybody tuning into the stream today. Hope you're having a great day. If you're having troubles, let us know on the Discord. There's very supportive people there. If there's something bogging you down. Myself, I was actually quite burnt out this year. And that affected a lot of decisions that I did. I had to prioritize a lot of, like, my health. I was working way too much and neglecting things that were, like, I knew they were stressing me out, but you need to handle them in a good way. Like, my body was just taking everything, and I thought I was great until I just wasn't. So for people having a harder time, be sure to talk to somebody. The Discord community is very nice people there. Okay, so the party mode is saying here in the documentation for the BMAD method for the quick flow solo development. The party mode, it's a very fun mode where you need like different type of views on a problem. And we'll see how we incorporate it. But I think for the phase, like for the quick development, that is not something we will incorporate right now if we don't see a lot of, like, what's the reason for it should be, I think we reserve it for the more complex tasks. Dimitri is saying, why Electron and not Tauri? I don't really know, actually. I just think I like reviewed more about Electron and heard more things about it. And like there's some big applications running on Electron. So I just went with that. I didn't actually do a lot of, I know it's a very good framework, Tauri. But we'll see, maybe developing now with Electron makes me want to do Tauri for the production level application. Okay, so we're gonna inject here. We are gonna inject AutoCloud with a code review QA loop. I mean, we may just take the concept and then use the prompts that are in the code review for BMAD method. Adrian is asking over at YouTube, did you think about the Claude Code limitations like 5 hours wait time and when the context compacting has to be done manually and other limitations? Yeah, inside AutoCloud, there is actually a usage monitoring. So if you want to review the logic, there's in the front end, you can follow it into the backend. There's also a usage monitoring layer, and it's being defined as monitors Claude account usage at configured intervals and automatically switches to alternative accounts before hitting rate limits. So this was most of a feature that I incorporated since I'm a power user and have multiple Claude Code subscriptions. Because what AutoCloud allows you to do is to work on many projects at the same time in the background. So it's not that it uses a lot of tokens compared to using Claude Code manually. It's just that you get a lot of work done quickly. And that means we need that kind of usage monitoring. So there is one thing I want to improve upon, and that is on the Kanban board here that you can like introduce some type of like parallel choosing, like how many tasks do you want to get done at the same time? Because for instance, if you go to sleep, let's say you sleep 7-8 hours and you have 20 tasks going, but you don't have the biggest Claude Code subscription, maybe you are at Pro or like the 5x Ultra plan, then maybe you just wanted to work one by one on the tasks so you don't hit like the hourly rate limits, the 5-hour wait times. So we'll introduce that, but we have thought a little bit about it, and I think with the incorporation of like a throttle system that you can like say either like go full. For instance, I like to do 10 tasks at the same time. I like to go crazy, and we have multiple max 220x subscriptions. I just want to get a lot of work done in a short amount of time. So that's why if you go into the settings in AutoCloud, you can see on the integration page here, you have multiple Claude Code accounts you can add. And we haven't tested it very much, but the system is going to try and anticipate based upon when it does the usage check. If you start a task and you're like at 90% hourly limits, it's going to swap to your other account that is checking, and it's going to check if that account has more limits available. So it's going to be continuously swapping between them if you are trying to do a lot of work at the same time. If not, if you don't have multiple accounts, it's just going to ask, say like, hey, we hit the rate limits and you have to wait or upgrade your subscription. There's basically not much we can do about it. The thing we are trying to do is get the context engineering so good that it saves tokens and we get more out of the Claude Code plan. Because right now, I think I posted on Discord, it was the outline for a new memory layer or improvements to the memory layer. And that basically gives a broad overview of like how Claude Code works right now and how we can improve upon, like reduce. I think we like analyzed to around like 60-70% reduction in the actual reduction of tokens we can use when we do a task. And that's huge. Like even if we hit like 30%, just having 30% more out of your Claude Code subscription is just fantastic. So there is one thing we have to figure out, and that's a broader, like, do we invoke? I don't think we invoke the agents inside the BMAD method. I think we'll try to use the commands more manually, because that gives us more control to, like, when it creates a spec, let the user review it. If we engage it directly, like you would manually, you lose that control. Adam is asking, how does it know when you're hit 90% of your limits? It's basically a simple system that occasionally it does just like the usage command. So when you are inside your IDE or a terminal, you can do /usage on Cloud Code, and you will see your current session, current week, and that's basically it parses that information and uses it. If I'm not entirely, no, sorry, we went with the primary one. Is the it uses the OAuth API, and a fallback is the usage / command. Dimitri BMAD is saying that BMAD is context very well. Yeah, I see multiple stages here. When we are, that's the, like, we are already spent how many hours? Like 2.5 hours, basically outlining what we're seeing here. And it's basically so that we can, identify the improvement points of the BMAD method. And over time, like after we have the initial version in AutoCloud, so we can start using it, we can get some information upon it. I think that we will start to identify how we can actually take the foundation we're creating now. And like the BMAD version 6, they have this, like their own system for letting us create agents and workflows. And we can just take the foundation that they use and maybe tune it a little bit so we save more on context. So, see here, I'll show you guys something fun. If you haven't seen already, I showed it a little bit on the YouTube video, but now I just pushed the 2.5.5 release to the main branch on GitHub. And how fast we can get the release going is just that I go into the changelog feature here. I choose Git history because you can't choose completed tasks, and that are only tasks you have done inside of AutoCloud. But we've been working also inside our IDE, so we need to pull the last commits. Oh, sorry, since the version. So since version 5, it's just going to load, so you can see how fast it is. It fetches all the commits that has been happening since version 2.5 on the main branch. And now we can just give 2.55. We'll generate the changelog. And also it remembers the output style that you want. So it saves that so it's persistent. So you don't always have to go and choose, for instance, how many emojis you would like. So here's the complete changelog. Let's save that. And then we create a release. And that's how fast we now have GitHub releases going out with that new features. You can see now on GitHub, we have beautifully formatted, taken into account all the information we've done. Also, it tags the people with the commits. This is just a beautiful process. We don't have to spend a lot of time on it. Let's see here. We have little Apple TV saying, what is the BMAD method for us newly joined and why is the preferred approach? Yeah, so BMAD method is like how they define it. It's a method for agile AI-driven development. So basically, it's a very good framework. It's been built out now over quite a lot of time to let the AI like give us a good framework for planning how to incorporate, like either create new applications all the way from scratch or do new inside existing projects. We can get new features created quickly, but not only quickly, but what they focus very heavily on is the quality, that it does the correct amount of like context engineering, figuring out your code base, what logic exists, what needs to be created, and just creates a nice framework for us to utilize in terms of getting high quality code out there into our project. And AutoCloud is like it has that kind of system already, but it's just taking it to the next level. So I think it's going to become the default framework or methodology, what you want to call it, inside the application. Mr. Alany, holy, you won't believe I got anti-gravity working in an external app with token generation. So now I'm gonna work on integrating it into AutoCloud. Is the update up for BMAD method? The BMAD method is not updated, but the 2.5.5 version is it's now live. So you can fetch that and start working upon it. Please swap to the, let's see, yeah. Please swap to the branch for the BMAD method, then rebase with the main branch. Let's see, did I forget a bug fix? It looks like I could have. I see a Discord message about the task going straight into It's straight to review by human. Please use the same merge conflict logic that we have inside AutoCloud to resolve the conflicts. Okay, so now comes the little harder path here, and that is we need to define phase 3 and 4 for the more advanced tasks. That's revolving around the epics and stories. So thanks to everybody tuning into the stream today. I'm soon gonna go and take a 30-minute lunch break to get some food in the belly. But we are gonna just see if there's been a... Little Apple TV is asking, will the main release roll out today? We just released 2.5.5, but the BMAD method, we'll see how far we get. I don't think we... Like, it depends how the days goes, if we can actually get it into the system and working in such a state that we can release it. So let's see the quick start here. Does it outline here for the phase 3? It's saying architecture, but do they have any dedicated information? So how to run phase 1, 2, and 3. So this is like the PRD command. Have you defined in phase 2? Thanks for the people that are considering contributing and people working on right now helping out with especially bug fixing. The repo has gotten a lot of attention the last 24, 48 hours, and there's a lot of bugs that's popping up, especially on other devices than I am on Mac. So people helping out with that, I appreciate it a lot. And I'm gonna go here and let's see, we need to incorporate so let's just get BMAD method, like the newest change just incorporated before we take lunch. Let's see what's happening over at YouTube. So Mr. Allen is saying he's gonna join the Discord and pass it to me. Very nice. Plan on making it an injector. Adam is saying, seems so well thought out, structured and polished already and mostly done by one dev. Would love to hear your workflow to build it itself. Definitely seems like works. Is it at a level to help you improve itself, aka use the workflow process to help and add stuff to it? Or is that too meta? Actually, it's how we gotten almost a lot of the latest functionality done so quickly. So we use AutoCloud to improve AutoCloud. It's just a little bit different workflow when you're doing it like development locally. Little Apple TV is asking, do you see AutoCloud having multiple AI implemented, Gemini, CLI, OpenAI, and having a selector-based approach like Cursor, etc., to do certain subtasks, sub-Kanban card with Gemini FX for UIs? Yeah, so we do. The only thing is that right now we are focusing heavily on the Kanban board, which has the like full automatic. Like AutoCloud, one of its main feature points is that you're going to get a lot of done just in the background. So that you go into the Kanban board, you define your task, it plans it out for you, and it just goes all the way from just you inputting a short description to a fully fledged working functionality for you to review. And there's actually a very few large language models out there. We have tested the system with OpenAI's 5.2 model and their Codex system, and even at the most high thinking level, and don't get me started on the naming schemes with OpenAI, like what do they think about, but it breaks most of the time. It basically, it's the model with the, let me get another music going. It was a little bit unfocusing for me. Like the other models, they don't go very well with strong hand holding. So basically in the middle of like doing a validation or just coding inside AutoCloud, Gemini 3 can decide to like, hey, I want to skip a step, or I forgot about a step and I won't do this and I need feedback. But Sonnet and Opus models just go straight through and they don't forget. They have a very strong, like Anthropic's. If you guys don't know, when you go into a Cloud Code instance and writes compact, how good the compacting has become with Anthropic. Like just a few months ago, I would say like I didn't like the compacting. I feared when the context window were starting to like go out, become empty, so to speak, and like have very little left. So I knew the compacting was coming. But the new versions they have put out with the compacting is actually very decent. So I think that's some of the success we are seeing is based upon that system as well. But we will incorporate Gemini 3 for more like UI work. It's a very creative and good model for UI design. So we're going to incorporate it. And then we'll see where we go from there. So Adam is asking, I saw on long-running Harness Anthropic blog post, they said that the model does better with tracking in JSON rather than MDs and YAML, what BMAD uses. Yeah, so we've been using JSON. And it's an excellent point that you outline. And I tested in our production application, like our AI marketing platform. where we need very structured output. So we have been using OpenAI's structured output because that forces that we always get the JSON output we want. But it's actually a Python. It's actually a better, like there's a framework inside Python for allowing other LLM models to do the same type of structured output. Like the dependency name eludes me at this point. I found it later, but it actually allows us to get structured output from models like Anthropic or Gemini. So we'll see if that's something that we can use also to force a... because basically what's happening is that when we use Opus, and now when we're moving away from JSON into YAML and MD files that BMAD uses, it could be that we need that enforcement layer that if it hasn't that structured approach in the files that it's missing something, we'll just quickly give that feedback back to the LLM and it can self-correct. But I don't think that's not a issue I think is too big of a concern because the models themselves are just very good at following instructions. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll take it when it comes. Sasha is saying, I had good experience using Opus 4.5 for coding and planning and Codex 5.1 Max for QA and reviews exclusively. Yeah, this is why like the discussion we're having now between like different models and like what's best at planning, what's best at coding, what's best when the context is long, when it needs to do self-critiquing, like all these different questions and things we're discussing. I actually have a project which is called No Hype AI Tests. And I won't spin it up right now, but it's basically just an LLM battle arena where all these questions are going to be answered. And I'm going to create a YouTube series where we go through all the new models. And first of all, we're going to like put like a baseline where all the models, like the frontier models, are right now. And when new models start to emerge, we are going to see, we are going to test it. Test each model and see what's actually best at planning. And we're going to create very structured tests for that. Drake N is saying Grok says pip install instructor or pip install outlines. Doesn't Claude like XML mostly? I think we are talking about that Claude actually is well structured to output formatted outputs. If it's YAML, if it's JSON, XML. Ken Maggie is saying, for some reason I could not get AutoCloud to work on my Mac Pro M5 yesterday. Opus tried, Sonnet tried, nothing. Extensions could. There is like there is a issue. I think it's being solved. I'll just check it straight after lunch. It was the issue that the task got like created and then just jumped into human review. Was that the issue, Ken Mega? So if that was not the case, please join us on our Discord, the Discord link. I'll paste it in the chat and you can join us there and we'll help you out, get everything up and going. I'll go to lunch right now. We'll take a half an hour break and then we are back after that. So if you want to have a lunchtime right now, that is when I'm gonna do it. So I'm gonna keep the music going. If you are working and enjoying the music, we're gonna be keeping that and just having a be right back layer going here.
At this late at night,
And we are back from lunch. Hopefully you're having a great day, and thanks for tuning into the stream so far. We are working on the BMAD method inside AutoCloud. We're seeing some people are having some issues even on 2.5.5 version that we just released. So let's just, before we can proceed here on the BMAD method, we were just outlining the last parts of the Excalibur, so we know everything we need to about the system and how we need to improve upon it. This is just not a very trivial thing. It's quite a decent sized work. Let's see if we Node failed to build on Mac OS. Chico, can you try running it with just the pnpm dev just to see if that works instead of the full build? We can quickly identify if it's just a package thing. Please create a version 256 branch. Let's see. Make sure you create it from the main branch. We'll just pull the latest we had. There is a fix here, I believe some of you guys have on both Mac and Windows, that the tasks execution is not working correctly. And the fix is just sitting here. So we should get that. Yeah, please recreate it from main. So we are planning, I think, what for you guys watching on stream, what do you guys think about just Dockerizing the entire thing and just using the AutoCloud system just from one Docker container or Docker Compose file? Something more simple to, instead of having to install everything manually. Please review that the merge logic was correct and that the worktree 040 is actually empty and the commits have been added to the main branch. Okay, so people are seeming very like Docker Compose could be a good solution for us here. Just because there's a the node Python thing happening for the terminals is quite like it's relying on some non-regular dependencies, especially on Windows, so that you get like session recovery system. And I think we can just create a Docker Compose out of it. It would just mean spinning out something much easier. PMTF says Electron Vita command not found. Chico, can you do me a favor and just go into our Discord channel and send the full log to me either as a DM or just in the feedback and bugs channel? Can you please create a new branch from main called Docker Compose? Okay, instead of doing that, let's, are we gonna be restarting? Like normally now I would basically just start this task within AutoCloud to have it running it in its own work tree. But we are working so heavily on AutoCloud itself right now that we will just disrupt so much that I just have to sit here and just resume the task itself. It could be that we incorporate... Actually, let me create a task from that. I just came up with an idea that in the app settings, we could have a new setting for having auto-resume tasks on or off as a slider, so that if the application is hot reloading, or is being closed and resumed again, or if the usage monitoring is triggering the rate limits, when all of these systems are coming back online, the AutoCloud system will resume the tasks automatically. Okay, so we just got the logs from somebody else who has an issue. Well, we'll just spin up something here to... please take a look at these logs. There seems to be an issue in actually getting the application up and running on a Mac OS with C++. With Mac OS like that. Okay, so while we jump, I know we are diverging a little bit from the BMAD method integration, but I think it's such important that you guys get the application up and running and can start using it. So we'll just at least get some of these bug fixes going while we are working on the other issues. And here you can see like the GitHub issue integration is quite decent. Here is a Windows NodePy binary. So I can just click here, create task. And if there is, for instance, we use CodeRabbit inside GitHub, so we can select the comments we want to include inside the task. So now it just created a task from that GitHub issue. And it tags it here. If I move my face like this, you can see it is tagged with bug fix. And it's giving the overall description both for the actual GitHub issue and the comment. So now I can just start this. And it actually failed. Are we getting the same error? Have we actually reproduced the bug that people are saying they are having? Yeah, we're gonna Dockerize it. It's we can't have these type of like issues with everybody not, or many, not everybody, but many are not being able to install it. It's just the there's some dependencies that are not Everenergy. I would love to see if you can make a PR for Ollama. If you search inside our repo, there is some logic already set up for supporting Ollama for embedding. It just needs to be finalized. So if you can do that and create a PR, that would be amazing. Because we don't want to rely on OpenAI for their embedding models. A little bit of a bug here on the recovery session. So we are able to reproduce the issue, so we are going to have to fix that right now. Okay, for some reason. Okay, so it is continuing. It's self-continuing from where it left off. It's finding the faces. Please investigate why we are not seeing task logs when we have running tasks when debug equals true is running. This is from the front-end logs, so they should populate into the terminal view when we are running pm dev with the debug equals true in the backend. There is an issue that when you recover terminals from the history, the invoke Claude button, let's just go back and see here. Can we just hot reload the UI and it shows? Yeah, but that's the real issue. But when I do hot reloading of the application or a Control R for reloading the front-end Electron application, it is showcasing the actual button again. We want to enhance the task sidebar to have a minimalistic view when the user has added images or file references to the task, so they can verify that everything is added to the task after task creation. Welcome to everybody tuning into the stream today. If you're new here, we're working on AutoClaude, which is our AI system for getting a lot of things done. And it's in the early stages, and we are incorporating the BMAD method, which is an agile-driven AI system. Add a incorporation that in the front-end Electron UI, the user under Tools can see the active MCPs that are integrated into the system. There's some things that's coming up here as I'm just reviewing things, and I'm just noting it down for myself, new tasks, so that when I step away a little bit later for training, I'm gonna spend some time with the family later today. And we're just gonna set that. That's the power of AutoCloud. Like, I can spend more time with my family because AutoCloud can run the long-running harness with the agents in the background. And it's not perfect by any means, but it's such a framework that allows us to get more done with the same amount of time we have available. Okay, so I believe that the task logger was working before. That when we started the UI by the Electron front end, we actually got the streaming of what the AI was doing during both the spec runner, the run.py, and the QA loop. Okay, so I think if you're on here, Chico, there's coming a fix right now for the issue you were having with the NodePy import. Thanks to everybody contributing to the repo. We are merging some of the we are releasing 2.5.6 very, very soon here. There's some fixes 10 to 10. I think he's on stream here. GitHub user Adreser Rage. Sorry for butchering your name or nickname. Thanks for your contributions. They are... there you are. Thanks a lot. I'm just reviewing it a little bit. It looks like you are doing very fine work. I think maybe we will have a giveaway now at Christmas for maybe something around a Cloud Code subscription, a max subscription. Maybe we'll pull a gift for people who are contributing and being active in the Discord community, and to repay people who are spending time improving the system. Okay, so I can delete this task because that fixes the node binary issue. Okay, so there we have a bug. If we hot reload, we can't delete the task because the state has not been introduced. So we need to start it and then stop it again. Yeah. If a task has been started and the system is, or the application is closed and the system either crashes or for some reason the task is going back into the planning column, there is no possibility for the user to delete the task if it's already started. They have to start the task and then stop it and then delete it. Adrian, please just check the front-end linting, and then we can push the add LLM provider selection to Graffiti onboarding. Sondra is getting the C++ issue. And you still get the same bug. Okay. Okay, so it's not the fastest day for the BMAD method here, but we are at least getting some of the bugs fixed. After the stream today, the stream is live for another hour, and afterwards I'm gonna start on the Dockerization of the application so we can get all of these issues with the installation process out of the way. Adrian, can you take a look at the issue? Since I think it's you, Sondre, that's given the log on the issue number 30. Adrian is on it. Thank you, Sondre. We are getting some help with the issue you're having, so we can maybe get it solved. Okay, so while we do that, let us see, was there any of the other GitHub issues that we should just get inside AutoCloud and it can work in the background? Brotruth, welcome to the stream. Just he's saying he just found out about AutoCloud yesterday. I was looking into integrating it into an existing project that I have, and how to integrate the BMAD method. Seems that you already got that covered. Yeah, we're working on today very heavily on getting the BMAD method as our new default framework for doing both the context engineering, so the planning, self-validation, coding, and the code review. But we'll spice it up in a way that it uses a little bit less tokens. And we will introduce human in the loop. So we will have full auto and human in the loop. And you as the user can choose what you would like to go forwards with. And it's going to be a task by task basis. So some task you can just by, this is a straightforward thing. And the system can handle it by itself. But maybe other more complex tasks, you want to be more hands-on and informed underways. So the thing we were looking at was for the standard tasks, or what they call the BMAD method tasks. We need to figure out what actual files are... We haven't defined what files we are getting out of phase 1, which is the analysis. We have defined that our project index information, which is what you are seeing here when you go to context. But also we have this like analysis layer currently in AutoCloud that we are going to enhance the BMAD method with. Let's try and just go to the BMAD method on the actual analysis, project brief and research. Let's see the research template. And okay, we need a workflow. We're just trying to figure out what are the files we're getting outputted from the phase 1. Jody, I appreciate the attention to the background music. For me, it is fine while you are speaking, but it dominates when you are not speaking and intends to ignite my internal anxiety meter. I appreciate your feedback. I could try and introduce a little bit like different level. Like I'm having a meeting with a audio engineer after the stream today, and we're going to be going over all of the sound quality and music and everything. So I think we will find a better solution for the next stream, which will be on Monday. But for now, I can turn down the music a little bit so your anxiety doesn't get triggered. Adrian, thanks. I'll check it out straight away. Jody is saying also, have you considered how Beads project may fit here? Yeah, I've saved a tab for me to review it. I didn't get the time yesterday. I think we're going to end up with some kind of like extraction layer so that people coming up, coming from different frameworks can just quickly adopt it into AutoCloud, but we'll just have to review what providers and what systems we want to support. So Mr. Aloni is saying, Andre, I'm not going to lie. Once I'm done, you will love my work. It is going good. I'm creating a separate SDK for all the models access. I'm looking forward to checking that out. We're getting a lot of good contributions from hardworking people. Some of them are on stream. All honor to you guys helping out on the project. Okay, so I see Adrian, the issue analysis, and like I thought that I fixed this yesterday because we did go over to having a pre-build for Windows. But it could be that it's not solving that specific issue, but because we want to skip like this install Visual Studio Build Tools 2022. We want that we want to remove that component because that's the whole issue people are having, especially on Windows for getting AutoCloud to work. Can you, I don't have time to do it right now, but can you check the GitHub workflow action, which should create a pre-build for Windows users? Brotruth is asking, how would AutoCloud BMAT integration work with these Claude Code skills and the BMAT MCP server? I haven't looked into those. Please tag me on Discord with those links as a feature request, because right now we're just focusing on the BMAT foundation. So talking about the foundation for the BMAT method, so in these two tasks, like we've been scouring the BMAT documentation all day, and my mind is just ready to be done with the actual overview. And I know some of you are thinking like, is this really necessary? But at the level we want AutoCloud to work, scouring on these things is like not spending enough time on this is gonna just make us have bad, like worse quality than we want after the integration. Because right now, when we are done with just figuring out what the BMAT workflows triggers are, what files they're outputting, we'll just start to put the AutoCloud layer on top of this. And also, like, the memory functionality is very important at almost all these phases. Or they are actually important at all these phases, because we are going to have like a self-improving memory layer that's kind of like in the planning phase, it needs to kind of like predict what kind of context it needs to pull. And that's some of like, I don't know if you guys been watching a lot of other YouTubers or reading AI literature, but for AI coding, like solving the issue where we can kind of like have, I don't know if it's a word yet, but like predictive context. If the AI really knows what context file it needs before it starts coding, we're just going to save a lot of context window. We're going to save a lot of speed and everything just gets better if we solve that issue. And it's a really hard thing to do, but I think we can come quite close to actually having a functional system for that once we get the BMAT method working with our memory system. Okay, so here is the entire scale adaptive system. So it uses the plan TechSpec MD. We have referenced that. TechSpec MD, that's okay. Now for the next track, BMAT method. So here we have, this is what I want. We want the planning docs. We need, this is going to be a list of what needs to be outputted. Okay, so before we move over to the enterprise method, let's just validate that the architecture.md file, system design, is that actually something that gets created within this step, or is it looks like it's just required for this step, and that means that it should belong up here in phase 1. Track selection, workflow init. That's what we are like starting with. So Brotruth is saying okay, so Mr. Alloy was referencing the cloud skills. Brotruth, diffusion is the future. Yeah, Mercury LLM is crazy fast. We haven't tested it, and I look forward to doing like more LLM arena testing, just having a standardized system for testing models in a real life situation. I hate the benchmarking. I hate the YouTube videos hyping up models that are basically they're not usable for most things. So I look forward to getting like my motto is like, no hype, just real results. Chico is asking, is there anything planned for collaborative coding projects like shared AutoCloud or so? Not yet. We have started the work of introducing templates that you can start projects from within AutoCloud with templates. And it could be that maybe we can create like a community option that people can share their like starting templates. I don't know what you would like to see there. If you'd like to discuss it more, you can add a feature request on Discord. I just need to see, there's some, is this actually validated? Yeah, it is. Showing no changes, so we need to review that off stream. Just go through all the work trees and start a little bit clean. There's a lot of things happening here between versions. By the way, is saying there's a very similar open source project named Automaker and is also open source. Yeah, actually, I started. I think it's that's the WebDev Cody's project, and I think I started like 4 days before him, and I saw his project on his YouTube channel, and I hit him up and was like thinking about collaborating. So it was one project, but I just have a little bit of a different vision about the actual project, where it should be heading and what the focus should be. So I had already created all the logic, and I was just starting on the UI. So we went with the project by ourselves. And I'm happy I did, because we have gotten such a nice community over both on YouTube and Discord. Chico is saying it's more about giving my non-coding colleagues a chance to contribute and leverage the context of the codebase. At the moment, they're writing requirements without any context, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think when we now introduce the BMAD method, we will introduce a like the human in the loop planning. So basically, it's more of a interactive planning phase. Gabriel is asking, is it possible to use AutoCloud on? Yeah, you can. There has been reported some issues, but I think most of them are starting to get fixed. If you get anything not working or bugs, let us know either on GitHub or in our Discord community. Mr. Alani is saying, so anti-gravity has planning a fast mode. You think I should just connect raw model to the AutoCloud, right? So we have, depends what you want to do. If you want to create, I think you have to revisit the client.python file to see if we have a good enough extraction layer so that you can add the thinking attribution, because we do support that for the Anthropic models. It could be that the first step is to just connect the raw models, but you can consider that during your PR. Okay, so epics and stories are created after architecture in the create epics and stories workflow. Okay, we need to actually review that workflow that the BMAD method has, but because it sounds like we have, like, the reason it's going so slow at moving forwards right now is just a little bit too vast and contradicting system to just follow it like step from step, especially when we're incorporating it into AutoCloud. But we're soon there. We're soon there. So here's the workflow for the PRD. So this is the PRD. Init is the output file. Output file is the PRD document. Okay, so that's the PRD. And then we move over to the solution, and there we have the create architecture with the different steps, and that is creating the architecture file that we want. But for me, like, this really... For me, it doesn't really make sense that much. Like, why? And if somebody has input from the BMAD method, especially the version 6, like, what's the reason? Why are we creating architecture? we need to understand what the architecture file is actually doing, like providing us for information. Yeah, Mr. Alani, yeah, add all the 3 options. Sounds like the best approach, so you don't have to do work later. BroTruth saying the BMAD workflow is managed and tracked by the agents using the sprint status YAML file. Thanks for that feedback. We will take a look upon it when we are going to connect the logging system in AutoCloud to the status within the BMAD method. Let's try one thing. I want to like, I'm not gaining the traction that I want on this integration. So let's use AI for either it's just my brain today, or let's invoke the BMAD method master and have them explain it in a way that I can wrap my head around right now. Can you give me first of all, a broad overview over why we are creating the architecture file at phase 3 of the BMAD method instead of the analysis part? Is it because the PRD outlines what architecture is necessary to get the functionality in order? I think that that's the reason. And that I'm just thinking about this, that the research, like what is the research output? Maybe I'm just thinking that the architecture file is a part of the research when it's in fact just a technical document related to the PRD. Okay, so this is what I saw this mentioned, like the what before how, a fundamental principle of the BMAD method, why architecture follows PRD. Phase 2 analysis, PRD answers what are we building, who is it for, what features and behaviors are required, what are the accepting criteria. Phase 3 is the architecture. How do we build it technically? Yeah, so that was the gut feeling I had in terms of what this document outlines. Can you investigate and tell me a little bit about how the analysis part overlaps with the architecture? So I'm just, this is for me mostly for me just having thoughts in a structured way so I understand the concept fully. And like we can't incorporate this at a very high level without understanding the system architecture. So I like the fundamental principle that it's starting to click for me how the authors have intended for this to work is from the perspective of what we are creating and how we are creating it. I just need to understand how this all correlates back to the phase one, because it really dictates how much, like, do we need to do phase one analysis? Like, how often do we need to do it? We have a programmatic integration here that the project index actually runs quite often to identify, have you done, like, have you, for instance, the infrastructure here, have you added anything to your Docker Compose? Are there things that you have added to the project that we should know about? And just, I think they have, didn't they have this diagram? They don't outline here. This is more for like a green. I think this is a green field. Yeah, standard green field. Yeah. Because there is something missing here in terms of like the, or I guess it's the, it depends how often you do this, the discovery phase. It's saying that it's optional, but the actual like research step right here, I think it's a bit hard to see on stream, but there's a research here. It's optional. And we need to figure out how this like flows back. When you're done with one big task, or just any task actually, when do the research need to be done again? Because if it means that we can skip it, then we have a much faster task iteration that can happen. So let's see what the BMAD method is saying here, or the master. So the core flow, phase one analysis is optional. Project brief, market research, technical research, competitive intel. So this is something that you set up once, right? You set up once for each project, the analysis part. But still, I'll just note down here a question I'm getting straight away. Can you please outline to me what information is actually created in the project brief? Yeah, Bro Truth, the research is done for greenfield projects mostly. Yeah, I'm starting to understand that, but at the same time, that's why I'm asking like what the project brief actually creates or holds as information. Because if it's at such a high level that you almost never need to revisit this phase again, that's like, it's okay. We just need to know that, but also depends. It just depends what's actually, I think, like for instance, when we created AutoCloud, the research phase, the research it does when you invoke a task, is actually trying to also understand, is there any architectural, like more structural things, more technical things that has happened since the last task has been executed. And this is where our memory layer is going to just save us so much context, because that phase, that research phase, like every time you see, for instance, here, when the Claude Code instance does all of this research here, this is just context that we can compact into something much smaller to save on tokens. So that's why I'm so bullish on the memory layer that we have started incorporating into AutoCloud, that over time, the more you actually create inside AutoCloud, if we can get the memory layer to actually be a good self-improving memory, you're just gonna have that token consumption go down for each task that you do, because the AI can just quickly fetch the information. And that's why I talked a little bit earlier about like having predictive context, why that is like the biggest thing to try to solve right now. Nisa, welcome to the stream. What are you using for dictation? I like how clean it is before showing you the text. Yeah, I've been using this Whisperflow. It is a paid subscription, and I know there are free out there, but for instance, for me, I'm not English natively speaking. So when I write emails, for instance, to our clients in our marketing agency, I use the same Whisperflow for Norwegian. And I'm just amazed at how, first of all, it picks up all the languages that I've tried, and it's super fast. And it also can see your screen. So for instance, if you want to see here, let's test it out, how good it actually is. If I say, for instance, this file name, let's see if I can get it to reference the file. Can you please take a look at the project brief.template? So it almost got it. Usually it works quite good, but you see like it does at and then just tags the file itself. So for vibe coding and AI coding as we are using, the dictation is working very good. I'm not affiliated with them. I don't get anything if you go and use them. And I have been trying others, like I think it's called Super Whisper or something. There are some good out there, but some of them just work way better with English than with other languages. Okay, so here we are. The project brief structure is built through 5 collaborative workflow steps. So the project vision, target users, success metrics, MVP scope definition. I don't know for the people who are watching the stream, like just now when we are going through the project brief document with the BMAD method, it's like, okay, the step 2 here, project vision, that's okay, target audience, okay, success metrics, and then suddenly we get MVP scope definition. And that's, for me, like all the first steps are things that we could do one time. When you initialize a project inside AutoCloud, you go through these steps to define what the project is about. But the MVP scope definition, that's a like it's saying future vision. And I don't know about you, but a lot of the projects that I'm working on these days, like the MVP, but also for like production applications, the roadmap is actually quite iterative. And that's like, I would actually like to see this step be more like not in the project brief step. But we'll see. Like we won't do anything to the BMAD method right now. In the future, we could have like extended it to be our own custom agents based upon the BMAD method. But now at least we have gotten the definition between the project brief and the architecture. This is optional, and I think we'll do it optional as well inside AutoCloud. We will just use the project index. Like if you don't want to go through this phase 1, we use only the project index, which will basically try to learn your project without you engaging with it. So just for our own sake, it says optional there. We'll remember that. So we got around 20 minutes left of the stream. If you haven't already, be sure to like the video. Leave a comment if you want. And if you haven't, we have a Discord community where a lot of people have joined the last 24 hours, and we're getting a very nice community around AutoCloud and AI enthusiasts in general, developers. We have some marketers. Like, I am a marketer. I own a marketing agency and a AI agency. So there's a lot of different people, but in general, there's a lot of nice people. Like, people are not haggling down on each other. People are encouraging, supporting our different projects. Okay, so that means let's try to get the output documentation up here. We need output. From this is the actual project brief. Can you give me a quick overview over what the actual output files are from the different phases? Also take into consideration how the system will dynamically create other output files based upon the adaptive system that figures out if we should do a quick flow, a BMAD method, or a interpret method tasks. MoraleTube is saying, I use Talon for dictation. It uses GPT Whisper model to transcript text, works perfectly on all OSs. Nice. Maxologist, I built my own dictation tool because I was looking for a local LM solution I can use without internet on planes, etc. Yeah, I think once I'll get the time to investigate a local solution that suits well for many languages and also is as quick as Whisper Flow is, we'll swap for sure. Sasha is saying, about BMAD, for me it helped to break it into two phases, one for plan creation up to PRD architecture and a separate agent instruction set for implementation from creating epics to final QA. There's good insight, and I understand why you had to do a mental, because it is quite extensive, the new version 6, but we are starting to understand, they define all the 4 different phases. But for instance, for me, it would actually be like they do code review within phase 4 and calling it implementation. But like in AutoCloud, we'll call this 2 different phases. Like this is coding and this is review. Just because I'm thinking from a perspective where the AI, like when are we giving AI new context windows? When are we saying like, hey, you know nothing, here's what you should investigate and do? Ferdonax, I followed your YouTube video from yesterday. I installed the app just now. In the settings updates page, I get an error. I've created a Discord support post. Thank you for the support and testing out the application. We are trying to fix as many bugs as possible and as quickly as possible. I see your issue on Discord, and I will try and fix it in about 1.5 hours or something, if not anybody else picks up the issue and creates a PR. Okay, so here we have gotten from the AI. I think that was the right decision to just start using AI to figure out the AI layer here for the BMAD method. So it gives us the tech spec and the stories. Okay, that is this. Yeah, it is giving us a story then. But a story is basically just a task. But here, let's bring this back into the document. Okay, so here's the missing, if UI exists, we have the UX design specifications. But we need to figure out when is that created. I believe it is just in this planning phase. Can you define for me when is the BMAD method level 2 and 3, the document for the UX design specification? What workflow and what phase of the overall system is that created? Is it actually created in phase 2 or 3? I think it's messing up the Cloud Code here is messing up a little bit because it's defining its own phases here, like, or it is saying phase 0. Yeah, so it's happening during the planning phase. So that means that the Okay, so it's messing up my approach a little bit here by saying phase 2 planning, not phase 3. What workflow is, what's the workflow name for invoking the UX design specifications creation? Okay, so we got another 10 minutes of the stream today. Thanks to everybody subscribing, following, liking the video. Okay, so in my Excalidraw, I'm creating a system for phase 2, which is giving an overview to how the different tasks are being executed and what they're outputting. In terms of the Quickflow, BMAD method, and the enterprise method, what are missing here to have the complete picture? Okay, so this was a good thing to actually do, because then we know okay, let's just remove output, or we need to restructure here. How are we creating it? Daluf over at Kik is saying, hi, are you a dev? I consider myself like a, what can I say, like a junior developer. I've actually not been working as a software engineer. I've just been doing own projects and been learning programming for a long time of my life. Started with HTML, CSS. Tried a little bit of JavaScript actually when I was like 14, and I just figured out I hated it. So I didn't touch really a lot of programming or coding until university, where we had Python when I was taking my constructional engineering degree. We actually had Python. That sparked a little interest again in coding. And now, the last 4 years, I've been heavily involved with just a general AI space, a lot of surrounding the technologies behind the LLMs. But I really like to go nitty-gritty down into like the technical RAG systems, testing out what methodologies are improving the systems. And I've been learning TypeScript for the last 3 years now. So these have the same output files. So we are going to close the stream for today. It's Friday. I hope you're having a great Friday wherever you are in the world. We're going to take some time to get the BMAT method more integrated this weekend. We're going to be heavily focused on Dockerizing the whole application so it's easier to start. We're going to be squashing bugs all day, all night. If there's anybody who wants to contribute to that process, you are welcome to PR on the project on GitHub. And if you're a user and just want to give feedback, suggestions, our Discord community is the place to be. And I hope you all have a nice weekend. So until next time, enjoy a little bit music while we play our outro here. And I will be seeing you on the next stream, which will be on Monday at the same time. Take care, everybody.